Howdy, howdy, howdy. I think people maybe said hi to me. I never know if they're talking to me, because I don't actually know these people that well. But, hello. Alright. Ooh, everyone learned a new thing. Sorry. Okay. Do I want... Oops. Do I want any of these? Ooh. This look changed. Accompanying an aura, there is a 10% chance to... I prefer potential buff over potential loot, I think. Gladiator. Potential buff over... What? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck that up. Okay, somehow I was misreading what the heck it was telling me. Three or more members of the same class. Unlikely to happen. And also physical doesn't do shit for her, so she will happily change to a loot. Alright. We should figure out how to make headphones not quite so janky. Still not ready. Let's get the buff to one that they don't even use. This feels really close. It's only 25 below. Why is that still such a problem? Well, shit. This feels so close to being good. If I get rid of you and go back to you. Don't have any Mikotes, so this is never helpful. Got rid of the good one. Shit. I wonder if that would have made the difference. Sad. Alright. Alright. You still want to do dailies. So go do that. Bum, 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 bum. Suppose I should sell stuff again, but does take change in, I don't know, vibes. Okay, fucking up the dragon. Distressed dragon. Oh, helping the dragon. Similar but different. It's up high somewhere. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh. What are you guys doing? Just pick new places for dragons to just be, and it's pretty goofy. Sink. Meow. Treasure hunters. Say Umala. So I cannot tell them apart. Still not very happy with how my bars work for this class. don't know how I want to fix it. I did kind of like spamming 3 more than 2, but visually I don't like it. Hey. I don't know. Try this, I guess. Allah. Guy up in the same spot. It's too bad I can't just learn this thing and use that knowledge in the future. Well, yes, that is I. What reason have you come? You have a package for me. Ah, yes, I've long awaited its arrival, ever since that accursed flea infestation. I am Allah, reduced to such methods. How humiliating that I must conceal my condition. But now, with this repellent, I am free from this burden at last. Yeah, last time I wanted to read it because it was kind of confusing what the heck was happening. I just skimmed through it. Still kind of confusing. Maybe it's like a flea infestation. So he got fleas and he's embarrassed by it. And he's hiding the condition. I don't know. You know, think about it, you was kind without your help, and I would never have received his parcel. All the dragons, they're near impossible to teleport. Then again, we are also often told that we all look alike. Click, click. We find this very funny, considering every one of us looks so very different. Okay. Well. Whatever. It's nice that they have a little economy now, though. Bum, 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 bum. This one sucks. This one's fine. Don't even remember what this one is. Oops. Wait, first one is up here. It's roofs. From this one. What's the fourth one? Oh, under this thing. Oops. What's happening on my phone? Keep not responding to my uncle about this invite. I don't want to go down to Fresno, really, so... Yeah. Sigh. Horse is kind of a lame one. Guess they had to model a horse. So it wasn't fun because I spent all their energy in modeling a horse. Dragon. Levy, it is as Linu Valley fears. Ever since Brother visits Chief Sonu, the relationship between Zundu and Gundu is tense. We must do something before tension grows into animosity, disrupting all Gundu and Zundu work together for. Linu thinks upon problem for many sunrises and decides that Gundu shall hold a feast for Zundu. To treat friends to banquet is a meaningful act among Vanu. When we gather around blazing cooking fires, all grudges wash away like tears in rain. Damn. Linu is to prepare fish for the main course, so she goes to Vorsian Siren to make a catch even Inu Vanu envies. Food that the cook catches with her own talents is all the more delicious. However, as essential as the fish is the seasoning, and Linu wants to impress. So she asked Fluffy to gather a mineral most precious, Balathian rock salt. Vindu hold the Cloud Sea's entire supply, so Fluffy must venture deep within Akavinduvana to where their storehouses lie, search them and bring back most pure chunk you can find. Vinu needs time and concentration to make suitable catch, so she asks that Fluffy gives the rock salt to Brother. Watch, Fluffy. Vinu returns with Cloud Sea's most succulent fish. Sick. Did my thing not make noise when that follow happened? Which, thank you, Chard, for following. Now I gotta see if... how do I test a widget again? This button? No. One of these buttons. So let me do it when it's live. Oh, I can replay it. Oh, it happened. It's just quiet. And also, 2 of them? Why 2 of them? This one goes there. What? Why 2 of them? What the hell? Huh. Interesting. Well, I have 2 options. Either I spend a while, 3 options. Spend a while trying to figure out what the heck's going on here. Make it so there's like 50 of them so it's funny. Or just ignore it. Maybe I go with the just ignore it option. Figure it out someday. Fluffy. Word reaches Munavanu of your exploits. Gundu descend upon vile Vindu wretches with force of violent gale. Gundu scouts. I don't actually want to read these. It's so hard to read. Oh, right. Forgot that I was waiting. Derp. Alright. Unclouded Balathian rock salt. Dang, how high up is this thing? Here? Okay. Bump. I forgot to turn the cat thing into cat shoes. That's dumb. Yoink some rock salt from these guys. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. think that might be my favorite glowy blue rock. Funny little sky marsh rock. Greetings, Netherling. Sister says to expect something from you, although she says not what it is. Here's a rock. Amelathian rock salt, and as cloudless as clear summer skies. To obtain such a mineral is no easy task. What does Sister hope to use this for? A feast, and Sister prepares the main dish, no less. Ah, it is just like her to put on a brave face. But as mist after spring rain, her courage is often fleeting. Rude. But it is not Linu Vanu's place to doubt her. It is because of my rudeness at Oxzundu that she goes to such trouble. It is shameful that my actions burden her so. True, true. Sister changes. It is plain to see. Not long ago she clutches at Linu's feathers, fearful to wander too far from my gaze. But now her conviction to build our new home spurs growth, so much that Linu sometimes does not recognize her. I thank you for standing by Sister's side during this time, Netherling. Alas, although Sister is no longer frightened nestling, to leave her alone in the wilds brings Linu Vanu worry. For all Sister's conviction, still she is delicate, with arms like branches of birch tree, and Endymions stalk the skies, and beasts worse still skulk in the waters. There's waters? I guess, yeah, okay. As Chief Linu Vanu must watch over village. Netherling, pray visit Vorsian Siren and see that she is safe. This time, remember to turn this into... What? It's not gonna let me? That's so rude. So rude. Damn, what the hell down there? Those itches so bad. Bum. Bum. Ba-ba-dum. Oh, these are the waters. Worst things stalk the waters? I don't remember that being true, but okay. This is where they used to live. What up? Levy, thank you for rescuing Linu yet again. Cloud fishing requires patience and focus. Linu's surroundings fade into background until there is only the fishing line and lure. Linu does not hear the cloud worm steal upon her. Maybe the worm smells Linu's catch. Fish is so plump. Leftovers from feast feed tribe for moons. Come, Fluffy, let us return to Akgundanaki before meat spoils. Dun dun dun. Oh, I just realized why I didn't hear the alert. I hate that my sound card, or whatever it is, can't handle filtering everything through the monitor. Makes me so sad. Alright, so if I turn up the actual volume of my computer, the game is way too fucking loud for me. turn this down to like 2%. I turn this up. It's still not too loud. Whatever. Guess I could do those quests now that I'm playing this other class that actually wants to level up, but maybe I will. Brother gives Lena Valley rock salt Fluffy takes from Vundu. With such rich seasoning, fish will be talk of Oxundu for moons to come. Now, Lena Valley cooks. Of course, Fluffy is welcome to feast as guest of honor. Hell yeah. Does Sanu know why Hanu, chief of Vundu, wears such ornate mask? The mask is symbol of his power, no? Chief Hanu wants others to believe so, but Linu knows true reason. He masked the feathers on his head, which are thinner than newborn hatchlings. Ha ha ha. Man's going bald. Many times Chief Unu and Sanu sit around fire such as this. Sanu still remembers well the power of his dance. He moves with the intensity of sun itself and drives all darkness into hiding. Linu wishes to one day dance with father's vigor, both to honor his memory and to protect Akgundunaki. Linu Valley may still be young, but Sanu knows she will become a great member of the Gundu tribe. Maybe one day she becomes chief. Chief Sanu makes Linu Valley blush. Linu is but a nestling still. Ha ha ha. It is but a joke, Linu. It's kind of fun that the dailies in this game feel like the most impactful, not world-shaking stuff you do. All Zundu praise freaks, particularly the fish. We look forward to sharing many meals together in the coming moons. Of course, Fluffy is welcome to sit alongside the cooking fires with us. Our principal structures have been completed. The Gittings Gundu. Easy as paisa. This guy too. Okay. Okay, got some firewood. Holy Corian. Oh god. That was horrible. What was that thing? Some like Final Fantasy 4 fucking victory music. Oh, it's one of these guys. Alright. Sure. Why wouldn't it be? I'm down here yet. Oh, Knights on patrol. Okay. Have some gum or something. Possibly tobacco. Who can say? The sun just slacking off. Rounders reach. Alright. Now we're back to the MSQ. MSQ. 40 minutes in. Not the worst. Do this with shit. Yep. The other could all be staying here. That would be fun. To take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation. For that, we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons and smashed them. People will remember this day. Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ah, to think that the last time Gridania troops trod this soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. People will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Fluffy, LSA, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. High steel. Sure. Okay. Now we go the other direction and do the other thing.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
The way she walks, Maybe all of them lock. It's kind of weird. We've a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. As far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. Southeast. Towards the quest. I mean, I guess I'm at the northwest corner, so of course. The last forest. Straight south from here. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alaganha's due east, past that bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. Little detour to go get a blowy piece of air. Upside down pyramid? That's crazy talk. Kicker, check. Southeast wall. Is it like up there? Wow. Break. Oh, took the scenic route. The ziggurat. It's a pretty sick ziggurat, not gonna lie. That's open. Why do I keep this? Is it just forever? Oh, that's interesting. That mouse is immodest. What the hell is that? It's the little poofy pea monster. Boo. Snuck up behind you. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Alagan. Feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That was nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do. But as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. So, you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagan had lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. If you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Ragnfrid, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagan, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are comrades of Mefred. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our god, and they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. Aye, I hate the bastards, with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough, Mifrid. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now. Leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to feed us, keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No. Because it's my village too. My home. What the hells are you talking about? What are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext. And I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland. By Ralgr, the last time I saw you, I didn't even know you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't. My sister never will. Lots of others won't either. And that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. Sigh. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alaganha is as much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfrid might help us to recruit some of his people. That clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky, and it's hardly subtle. But I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. Shoes. Angry cat. New face in Alaganha. Huh. What would you ask of me then? Stranger and a generous soul besides. Bollocks. Is not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you'd go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me. You really are here to help, aren't you? Very well. I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. And you go and get it. Right then. Frightened Carl is his name. Ask him for the leftovers. He ought to understand. Best keep your distance. If you know what's good for you, say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it, though. I'd need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. Meat tea. Yeah, you'll go and get some for me. Just like that? You needn't trouble yourself so. How convenient that you want me to kill some monsters. That's exactly what I am good for. Gee, those. Now that I know I can save these bullets, I don't rightly know how I want to quest. Want to run around with bullets? do my start week and build up. Utarini. Guess I'll use this instead of not getting a bullet. And I'll use this whenever. To swap this around, huh? Yep, you. Alright, so we cast 120. I want the longer recast. Do I want to use the longer recast more? Or do I want to have a button more often? Have a button more often, probably. Impart 90 reprise 60 seconds on this thing. Regen. Oh god. Gas. It's a funny skill, but Art of Stone. Maybe when I get into raids, I'll think about how to do this better, but 25 is pretty low. Art of Light. Okay, 25. Rampart is 90. Reprisal. The frick is reprisal? skill I have? Or is that something I randomly... Oh, here we go. %60%. So Rampart is 90. 60%, 60 seconds. Stone. Very confused about that thing. Let's see when I learn it. Rampart. Aurora is 60. I think it's worse, right? To regen. Aurora, Rizal. Then Heart of Light, maybe. I mean, they're more specific. Don't want to figure that out at the moment. Again, maybe when I do raids, I'll figure that out. Rampart. Camouflage. Nebula. Super Bolide. It's the funniest one. Which honestly, doing it without this would suck. Well, I got my chocobo stuff, so it's okay. Seconds reprisal. Don't. Okay. Great. It's a decision-making process. It'll be interesting. I'll have to move it to a different window. At least the specific ones. But here, maybe. Here for the leftovers, are you? I'd like my brother to send someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mine, so be careful when you pick them up. Unconscionably heavy sacks. Unconscionable. It's a wild way to describe a sack that weighs a lot. Right south, okay. Well, that's not happening. I feel like I should have something else for... Oh, right, I don't have the jump thing, that's why I don't... Could use that to provoke. Shift jump. Well, I remember that. It's probably a bad idea to get my wires crossed like that, too. What other hotkey do I need to use? I like the C button, but it's in a very useful spot. Don't use F. Could use F. Try that. Keybinds. Hotbar. 7 to F. Base target. Been gone a while. What brings you back to Alagon? I told you I was doing this then. What do you mean, what brings me back? Oh, I never meant to. I mean, times like these, you never think people will actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. Dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one. You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. Then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it made a difference if I'd fought back. I knew what the lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Yeesh. Grim. Ah, the new face. You have any leftovers? This guy's ripped as hell. Huh, well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. Saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. Tain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plodding quarrymen, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side to bundle up and sell to the sutlers what trade with the Resistance. It's a living and a way of fighting back besides, our way of spitting on the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an Imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive, even. Though, if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the Resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and the short of it. We do what we can. though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folk here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know is all, that we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. Ah, there you are, Fluffy. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall. Living the high life, I'd wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls. Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels. Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. Can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, it'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact I left them behind. This isn't about me, or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mifrid. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them, given what's happened at the wall. Thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. Can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too. If I hadn't, I'd have never met Fluffy or the rest of you, and we might not be here today, in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There is more than one way to fight. Yep, someone, anyone, we need help. I like the sound of that one bit. Come on. Workrata, he pant. The Tribitum and the Bloody Ratman, they pant. Damn it all. You there, take a deep breath and tell us what has happened. It's all business as usual. The Tribitum's due soon. Tributum. Okay. And we were taking it to the Imperials when the Kickern attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It was just an old temple before they came, and... Listen, Workrata's the only family I've got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat. If the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We've got to get after them. If there's even a chance her brother is still alive, we have to try. You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for the missing man, then for the tributum. Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. I don't know. Get some sandals. So Krata's being held somewhere at the ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Kikern bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. Is this a dungeon? Is it time to see how bad I am at tanking? What is this? Bonus applied. Bonus? What does that mean? Big old bridge going here. Some. Two always goes first, so maybe I should put it on one. Good. Dang it. Decrease my attack power or some shit. How does it feel like it was taken? Oops. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Who dares come to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Fortunately, that's not really my specialty. I'm more of a kill them slow kind of guy. most situations, 4 is better than 3. I'm actually tanking. Faster. Better. Oops. By Ralgar, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him. Sep, I'm Chocobo. Wait, are you here to rescue me? No, I'm here to eat you. Your sister sent us. It's gonna be alright. My sister? Oh, Ralgar be praised. She's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me? To think there are still good, brave folk in this world. You should go before the kicker and return in force. You still have the tributum? Oh gods, the tributum. Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What, right now? In your condition? To understand, we were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. That's his Chocobo? Glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, Fluffy, Maverick, I think we need to go after Warkrata. Wait, you'd better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that, I do. And I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. Jump off the ziggurat. Soiled sack. On closer inspection, you find nothing of interest. Okay. In this circumstance, even it's better than AoE. Closer inspection, you find nothing of interest. R. What's R mean? key? Dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. Any luck? Chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning, it came from Grata's bird. In which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Right. Any minute now. I expect he'll come thundering around the bend, and hear that? Get to cover. Quickly now. Thundering around the bend.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Main character.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, no, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labour. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egan's can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. Tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy. They made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Myself. I don't know. Grata's alive, and the tributum's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. Best get back to Alagan and tell Ragnfrid his man got the job done. Boat. Boat jump. Are you a debt of gratitude for what you did? Or Grata told me everything. How you fought with the Kickern and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the skulls. How they beat him half to death. You could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Meffred's a warrior, as is your comrade. You're strong like your father. That much is plain. But I think Ralgar you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Where Krata and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only the gods know how many others. It's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well. I do. But I'm telling you, God's in the heaven as my witness. But we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too. If she's set on walking the same path, I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's all right. Ansgar. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own. Just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it, day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Werkrata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. Can't claim to know their pain. barely remember this place or even my father's face, but I remember Yida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. Been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? That I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. Didn't even think to go after Rikrata, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them, so I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the resistance. You put it like that, I suppose I am. Not just me, there are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Ralger's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud. With that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. What a stare down. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. When nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. Troubling, too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd see them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers. Maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamigan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself. But who knows? Maybe you could be one. At least, your father certainly was. Right then, I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Fluffy, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Copper nickel foil. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. The fuck are these guys? Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful? Indeed. There were several amongst the Scions ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Kemp, if I may, my name is Arnvald Lentinis, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Gurabanya, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Velodina. Then, in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. It's crazy that people would try to look as evil as these guys try to look.
Probably not one of the best schools ever. Probably not the
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Yeah, we could assist you with said duties. We are here to help, after all. 3 of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Thing an upgrade? Not by item level, at least. It's Beavis. Beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius Van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance. I say, this is highly irregular, though I've heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man. In which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable. and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. Let me take down their statements in this log, and Fluffy, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Birds? Or bats, maybe? Hotmar. Why did I join the resistance? Well, if you must know, it's to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes, back in Alamigo. He owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a fulm of steel in the gut for his troubles. Found my way here, and that was that. Boink, 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 boink. Just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. Took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? There's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Teb for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, so long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Are you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship, if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land. Like as not, but that's the choice. But me? I'd rather die here. Why? Why indeed. To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Monkey, monkey, monk. Look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I'm a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this eve. Yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would-be warriors, send them unto me, should you chance to find them. I know. I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Does it always open up the key items? Bacon. Oh, wait. It's just nobody wants it? Oh, I added too many zeros. It's funny. You're way below that. Still carry these around as if I'm ever gonna stop and fish. Apple strudel. Check this stuff. 91. 115. 90. Okay. Alright. Splendors. There's somebody could have vendor crafted. I don't really know what that means, but okay. Alright. Person fiery, but not fiery enough to go to class. Oh, training? God, I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. Oops. Yeah, watch that sky. Rudy. 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Till we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. It's not unreasonable, I suppose. Teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see, and... yes, of course. There is no time. If you would excuse me. Well met, Fluffy. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters, as I asked? As fascinating as they are varied. You have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. Not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, your accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. You must never forget, my friend. Never. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever's on hand. Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. Time to pick up the grass. Put it in a stew. Looking for fruit here, maybe? Oh, bugger. You were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. Can't be true, right? Oh, bugger. Oh, bugger. Hell yeah. Get it, Chocobo. All recruits are present and accounted for. Thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials will be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Where's the script exchange? Elector Fraser? NS vendors. Okay. Never mind. Fuck me, I guess. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for. Thanks. That'll do nicely. And, sorry to pose upon you, sir. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were, to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare someone for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake, as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. have more AoE. Down here. I don't want to use that with everything, basically. Seconds, 60 seconds. Realistically, I want to macro it into something, but recast. What the heck was that? I don't remember at all. It's fine, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna go with Danger Zone. AC. Bow. Shock. AC. Danger Zone. Swarthy. I'm like a snack. Hello. Oh, where could I? Where could it have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? I know what that is. I'd be him. I had it this morning. That much I know for certain, and I've not left the Reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. Got a moment to spare? Would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the officer's pavilion. Hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. Ward. Sup, laugh? How's Saturday? Boy, I've searched high and low, but just won't turn up. 7 Hells, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. Then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground. Mad bastard. After him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. Still keep to the old ways, as do many others. When my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. Sheen really wants me to know that I'm still diabetic. With that, another task is complete. Ah, Fluffy, I hear you have been keeping busy. That he has, and we thank him for it. Pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Minago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Valodiana to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castum Orens for the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? Seems a fine suggestion, but I may consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well. I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. Oops. Zotimus. I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garlings. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, for Yida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am, of course, of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilberd's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this was a foregone conclusion, given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the selfsame cause I have served since first I pledged to serve Masters Louisoix and the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Fluffy, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmont, the man who slew Gaius Van Baelsar and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero, and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. To be frank, Alfie, hey man, I'm just here to fight. Ever the adventurer, you live for these moments, do you not? Take care, Ishtola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lise, I would ask that you remain here, by Conrad's side. We should go, or Manago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Fluffy? Would you wish to give your decision further consideration? Castrum Orines would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I'm sure I can convince Manago to wait a little longer. You will be accompanying us. Well, glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Let us be off. It just makes the lack of choice even more, like, I don't know, slap in your face when all the dialogue is written as if you have a choice. Hello, Mr. Raubon. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Yeah. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming our motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot? Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Velodina. Capture Velodina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him, take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Valodina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's. If there is no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Terrapin? By all means. If that is all, let us be about it. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he would like to proceed. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Villanina. Boo-ba-doo, boo-ba-doo, boo. What does settlement mean? Guess I'll go find out. Oh, hey, Lap. What does it mean when there's a bonus applied to a fate? Does that make it worth doing, or just more experience and gil? Which maybe makes it worth doing, but... when there's a bonus applied to a fate, is that actually meaningful, or just increase the numbers a little? Ah, shit. Fell down a hole. Actually, let's go here, and I'll make it my home for now. Goon shit happened out here. All these ornithopters. Around this at all? Seems like a pretty solid wall. Well, that is inconvenient. This person in our company was a root beer when they were little. It's impressive that they're playing video games now. Are you with us or against us? And you're with us. People are really struggling with their typos today. Oh, Lloyd. This time, try to not fall down giant hole. Some crazy ass bugs in Alamigo. This ought to be close enough. Now we've settled in for a long watch. That said, be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Reconnoitering. Many cutscenes.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Relga's Reach.
I just made that place my home.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
That was close. We were almost proactive.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine! Meffred! Hell take you!
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells. It's him. It's Xenos.
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. A magical barrier. Alas. It will not save you.
How?
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Cryle!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught. Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern. If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Oh. They're killing everyone. Lisa and others deeper inside. You got just shit going on over there. I didn't even notice I was fighting her. Damn. Laser.
What took you so long? Alpha, no, I need your help.
I feel like it would be embarrassing to be anybody who's not a Scion.
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
They just all are so ineffective.
As you command, my lord.
I suppose maybe some things happen off screen where people are useful.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Sure. Sounds like a hoot. chip away at this guy. Yeah.
Pathetic.
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lad? Aye, I do not doubt it.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on! Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Like
Don't
a
just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
silly command to give. Not that one. The one to Alphino. He's already healing her. What do you want him to do? Or healing him?
The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise? Of course. I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
Okay. Not that exhausted. I didn't even use my funny ability that sets me to 1 HP. Did well. Fluffy, you saved lives. No matter what happens, remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. See to the wounded, Fluffy. If they live, help them. If not, move on. No, the cool pink chocobo. I loved that chocobo. Meffred lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. It was already cold when I got to him, though there was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You'd best give it to Conrad. Okay, so I'm not gonna help anybody. I'm just literally gonna take a oh, there's more cool pink chocobos. Alright. No big loss then. And I go, Meffred, where are you? This is... He's dead, isn't he? Meffred was a worrier, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 malms so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. That's exactly the kind of man who should be leader, the kind of man who deserves to survive. Not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls. In the heat of battle, we can but do our best, as he did. Meffred will be sorely missed, aye. Because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not, and they need us, now more than ever. Aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him is all. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. We cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphino said, it is those who survive whom we must think of now. Ralger's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Good. Meek Glenn and his kicking chocobo survived. Sir, Marshal Tarapin said you might have something for me. 12 be praised. This should put the driver's heart at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Y'shtola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Cryo. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Garleans try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of these carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrade's health allows. To Castrum Oriens. Saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. Fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we'll not be mounting an assault on Castellum Valodina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects, but first, we need to put in our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you at Castrum Oriens. Understood. We will go and speak with General Alden. Ben has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives, having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. Don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motives, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castrum Oriens. We can discuss our path forward there. Go play Triple Triad real quick. It's actually been a minute since I looked at cards are. Cryle is with Y'shtola. She still hasn't woken up, but Cryle says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skull's commander cut down Mefred. A single blow, and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. Do you know, want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me, if I ever... No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Oh, Lise.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefred with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Take the fight to Doma. I mean, we can do that, I guess. That's probably what we're gonna do. I don't know why I would say that in this particular circumstance.
Come now, even you have your limits. But then, so too must he. One legatus ruling two provinces a world apart. Yes, divide and conquer. We kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more, thereby forcing Xenos to fight a war on two fronts.
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Not sure what this old guy expects he's gonna do if he surrenders. Like, I guess maybe it's a selfless thing somewhat to surrender, because he's almost certainly gonna get killed off. Goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. And I'm quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Othard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I'm one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather, Tataru is. Before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison. I don't know why that was hard for me. To the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain. Very well. Issue addressed. You know, Alphino, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose. You'd be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Ironvald and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see? That wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, Fluffy, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Lominsa. The other half the map is like level 60. Or level 70 almost, I should say. Okay. Fluffy Oxen of the Maelstrom, alone if you would. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adder with overseeing the occupation of Castromorians for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your wont to attend to matters both great and small in all corners of the realm, though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Maelstrom and the Eorzean Alliance. Thus, I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the fringes. Pray speak with Lieutenant Molko when you are ready to receive a briefing. She will be overseeing the operation. Guess I'll do a bunch of side quests. So things die less slowly. Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be, but it is. Fluffy McGee Orkson, the Griffin's Bane himself. Yes, the great hero who defeated the Griffin atop Baelsar's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a sudden halt. I can think of no other title that so aptly befits your prowess. Pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's Bane here to Castrum Orines? Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you assist in my investigation. This is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Goodness me. Where are my manners? Tala Malko, military records officer, at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castrum Orines, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Garleans. Prisoner records dating back to the beginning of Alamigo occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. Surprisingly large number were executed as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment, or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them. Not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind of knowing what happened here. Would that this were a recent incident, though. It will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Ananta have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here, and as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago? Side quests. Side quests. Alamegan prisoners captured 20 years ago. Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned and any and everyone, Striders, Ananta, it mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they would never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. Cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. Settlement to the south? Why, that would have to be Bittermill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Garleans first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. That's a big bear. She came out of nowhere, tore Privates Fafi and Mipu's limbs right off before swallowing them whole. You've got to help me. I think it's still out there. Yeah, it is certainly still out there. Oh yeah. What about those... that gambling thing? Nope, my tickets are 2 weeks old. Damn. Guess I'll go do some small scratchers while I wait. Oops. Is there visually anything that happens? Oh yeah, look at that. Don't know what the numbers are. Five, 6, 6, 5. No numbers match. No numbers match. No numbers match. Cool. Jeez, the herd. Alright. That was a fun little stopover. Go get my dudes leveling up a little bit. Is it's kind of weird that they didn't actually abandon the place after it got raided. I suppose it's not impossible to just be strong enough to defend it, but it seems unlikely that that's what's happening here. Ooh, crocodile hunting. Arco such as meat. Deserters. Why am I fighting Imperial deserters? Classic desert cave. Bum, 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 bum. There you are. Found. Seems we've got another problem. Giant spiders. Castellum Corvi. Not sure what makes this place a settlement. All right. To the north. Okay. larger, very ugly chocobo. Ooh, ah. Goodness. Bum, bum, bum. Found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell. Unwell? Unwell? No, no, no. Definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine. What of you? A little girl dressed in strange clothes. Quite strange, quite strange. But you have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I'm a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder. Thank you very much. Now, who are you and what business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much. Very much. Don't remember? Well, is there anything you can remember? Remember! Yes, something about this place. Something familiar, quite familiar. Buffy, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he is not from this place, considering he is Elysian. He's likely a Gridanian escaped from the Garleans, or perhaps, could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Garlean soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories, sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much, very much. Alright then, let's return to Castrum Orens. My browbeating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. Some prisoners that went missing 20 years ago. And the Empire and I were both looking around to see what happened to them at the same place at the same time. Big fella. Furnace. It's an honor to meet you, sir. To watch you fight was quite inspired. Tell me, did you have any tactics in mind before engaging the antlines? Goosefish. Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expected such wild claims from Lieutenant Mulco, but if you would corroborate her report, perhaps this warrants investigation. Till further notice, she shall stay under the protection of the Eorzean Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you cannot just... Lieutenant Mulco, get this man a hot meal and a warm bed. When he's had a bit of rest, see what he knows of Bittermill and the Garleans. It should not be long before we reach a resolution to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee. I imagine Lieutenant Mulco has finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. Oh, Fluffy. Let's just finish with questioning. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past. The only thing he's certain of is that he escaped from Garlean captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. But where does Bittermill fit into all of this? I fear we've reached an impasse. It's not as if we can ask the Garleans what they were doing there. Or perhaps we can. The soldier who escaped us earlier must know something to have been prowling about the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Fluffy. We must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned. Let's go kidnap someone. You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill. Well, you should know I've already dispatched a reconnaissance team. After reading Lieutenant Mulco's report, I thought it prudent he be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep of Owen's stash. There's no need for that, sir. Fluffy and I will go. I realize I'm not the ideal scout to assist in this, but we have to find them. Boat, 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 boat. On your guard, Fluffy. I have a bad feeling about this place. Found him, Fluffy. You really found him. What are you... Ugh. These wounds, if he's not treated soon, he won't be telling anyone anything. He's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go and tell Serpent Marshal Brookstone we found him, and he needs medical assistance before he can be moved. The men have searched high and low, yet there is no sign of this runaway soldier. Found him at Owen's stash. Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He is severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this Bittermill business. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go and see if you can find Lieutenant Mokul. I want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Ah, Fluffy. After report, we managed to bring him back safely. Not a minute too soon. Plan to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and the bleeding stopped. Imagine we won't have to wait very long. Seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you, you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now start talking. What were you doing out there at Bittermill? We were looking for someone, an escapee from one of our facilities. He'd lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far. I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him, though he cannot recall where. So he returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it. Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything you know, I will do all within my power to see your life is spared. Do we have a deal? Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Garleans any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners was relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Garleans' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone it came into contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called. That's horrible. Their intention was to drive back Eorzean forces without wasting any of their own on the front lines. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers, and what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people? Not a single prisoner survived, their test proving a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. To the surprise of many, the project was shut down before Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and interim leader of Alamegan Province, Gaius van Baelsar. Black Wolf would not allow the senseless murdering of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted, and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd already hidden away his work. He used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather could not, tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad, and couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of his experiments went wrong, and ruined his mind in the process. Then that means the man we found earlier, aye, that's him. Grillarm Mize, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. Can't believe that incoherent mess of a man was a scientist and servant to the Garleans. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. What do you think, Fluffy? Part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill was used for their experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work, and if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be To bury it. Fluffy, we have to go back to Bittermill. Okay. Alright, let's split up. There has to be something here. I'm not leaving until we find it. There's some Imperial stuff. Right there. Bum, bum. Bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Small metal container, though you probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Muckle will want to know what you found. Found something. Metal container. Could it be the missing sample of Black Rose? So he was telling the truth after all. There's no time to be sentimental or hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container could prove disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone. Lieutenant Moko reporting, sir. Discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He is Grilarmus, former chief of research for the 14th Imperial Legion, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. After a thorough survey of Bittermill, we've discovered what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it. Attention, this is Brookstone. A container we believe to contain a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately. As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands. I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely moved to a secure location, rest assured we will see to its disposal. As for Gilarmus, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment will be quite severe. I almost pity the man, but memories or no, his crimes cannot be excused. Lieutenant Molko, Fluffy, you've done well today, and I'm sure you're both quite tired. Go and rest. You've earned it. Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Gridania to write up a report. The events at Bittermill need to be recorded, that we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. Wish that I could accompany you a while longer, but I'm sure the Great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all of your help. I look forward to adding your feats of daring to our records someday. Alright. Now, teleporting's a little easier there. Almost leveled up. Alright, where am I going? Taru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merylwib sending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right inasmuch as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. Then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, scions. Take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. But where was I? Oh yes, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. It's so contrived that he just didn't tell anybody the plan until the guy was there, just so they could have that interaction. Intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I, for one, think the captain has a point. The 5 seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has to come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Smirk. Ha. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane in Ingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru's past cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something discerning about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvalane squirm. Say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alice, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianger on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Fluffy and Elise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Domina allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Fluffy. I think if I was founding the Scions, I would bring the 3 magic people because they're actually smart about stuff and are able to solve problems. And I'd bring Tataru. And that's basically it. I guess I would let Lise come, and I would let, what's his name? Dagger Boy come if they really wanted to, but I take it or leave it, really. But neither of the elves are worth a damn. Here we are. We need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. Ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Funny little scampering thing. What's up, homie? You are truly planning to travel to Doma. I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Othard, along the banks of the One River. Our nation thrived proud and free until the Garleans came, 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Greetings, Fluffy. What brings you to the toll this day? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor, dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to say. That you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nage clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle, even. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men and Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of dear Lord Kane has become a den for Garlean dogs. There you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians. But anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually. Or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then, when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learn sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. Hope they do. No point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa Laminsa. Alphino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Your return, Fluffy. Trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. All set, lad. See you to the ship, if so. To the misery. Dungeon. See how bad of a tank I am.
12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Urianger, tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Only they had cell phones.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. sea azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
Ugh. A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
Whoa.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
A funny figurehead.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Cowboy on a boat. I'm a cowboy on a boat. There's the boys' couch and the girls' couch.
Ah, is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No. As the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? Excellent suggestion, based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. Telling you, Captain, it's them things the lads saw. Things. I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive. An adjective, for example? Sea-wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more. But if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women, said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous. Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort. Perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will, and deal with whatever we find there. But a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, Garla. Once we arrive at our destination, my crew shall remain with the ship to defend it while we venture forth to deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what waits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Ocean brains are attacking us. Whatever shall we do? There's more of them. Whipped. That's why there's such a funny figurehead. Crashing into islands. Do 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 do. Jesus. Pretty squishy. Piece of treasure. Am I not doing something right about this class, or am I just weak? I kind of expect I'm just weak, but Governor. Congratulations. What the hell are these guys doing? Oh, okay. Oops. Lowering Krauts. Ooh, piece of treasure. wet, twirly thing. Fascinating. Eh. I did my first tank. Wow. And I got down to like 10% on trash. Ooh, a new gun blade. How exciting.
That appears to be the last of them.
Word from the Misery. Repairs are complete, and we may resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
Now look at this map. Bloop, 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 bloop.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colours of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
So in Final Fantasy, Japan isn't a racist country, and it does have a lot of immigration. Good to know. Good to know. Congratulations. You now stand in Kugane, the western port of Himegashi, regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Okay. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalane, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. Cannot be the first travelers seeking passage to Doma. Captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carvalane, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. With that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the hostelry. After you.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kagane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a
turtle
difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
You must be Fluffy McGee Orkson, slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard, stealer of pants. Some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way. If you would be so good as to follow me. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenkanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetheryte, which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Charlian, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar. Will wonders never cease? Our Eastern Aetheryte technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Oni Shishu, collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. A tune, if you like. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetheryte. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kugane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Aldernon Trading Company. You are with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Keita. Pray, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, who recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Keitan of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Gil are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find all of them and more. Potables, yes. We may pause here for a moment. This road leads to Ijingai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With that in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations. After all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sikise Gumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisigumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Teleji Adeleji. Ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. There is oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district. But you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. one did I miss? I guess I could have used the teleports I just unlocked. I missed that one. Let's see where the Popo live. Long last, we arrive at our destination. I present to you our humble offices. You have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors. and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies placed their faith in us and do not intend to disappoint them. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alisai and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Wow, she totally warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Looks like it's you and me, Fluffy. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Alphino's sketches are so, I don't know how to put it, but they're very, well, see for yourself. Okay. Looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Araku at the Onsen? That was it. Mr. Aijin, a moment if you would. There's a favor I would ask of you. See, word has it, the Lord Bugyo of Kugane has established a new residential district, especially for... Oh, okay, great. Ah, so you're interested in Shirogane. It would be my pleasure to tell you about the district. Ever since Kugane opened its arms to the world, the number of visitors... Oh, this is... Okay. times will I have a quest to talk to her and then go over and talk to the other one? Oh. Errand for the master of the state where I serve. I was sent to the exchange to purchase an item, and so did. Only I have just discovered the price I was charged and paid to be well above market value. I returned to demand a refund of the difference, but the shopkeeper would not so much as speak to me. My master is a strict man, and I fear he will take the amount I have cost him out of my pay. Please, I beg you, would you go and speak to this shopkeeper? She must right this wrong. Speaking of market, Foreign lass. Huh, okay. Hey, stranger. Yes, you. The beady-eyed bumpkin with the oafish look on his face. Come and have a look at these paintings. I'm trying to find the places portrayed in them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, somewhere I could find it, but for all my searching, I've yet to find either place. These paintings are dear to me, but if I'm to ask for your help, to lend them to you for now. If and when you discover these places, see the paintings back safely to me, or there will be hells to pay. You're really dumb for how, like, rude you are. I guess, that's not actually a surprising combo. Hello there, good sir. You're a wandering adventurer, are you not? Please spare a moment to hear out the whim of a troubled merchant from Thavnair. I placed a custom order and sent a servant to the Rakuza district to pick it up. Only it has been half a sun and he has yet to return. The item is of some value, and I grow more anxious with each passing bell. Would you go and find this useless servant of mine? No doubt he is off idling somewhere in the Rakuza district, and put his backside to the lash. When you do, trust I will reward you for your trouble. Time to go whip some random guy. So I guess I have to be pretty precise. Oh, not that precise. Okay. Alright, the other one's that thing. From this height. So up there somewhere. Veteran intern. higher up? How does one get higher up? Jump around in the onsen in my armor. Suck it. Social norms. Sanjo Hanmachi. This has one set of stairs. It's not enough. What's that thing? Does that go up a piece? Maybe. No. Looking across these roofs. How do you get uppies? Oh. It's just actual platforming. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So just up here. Okay. One, come all. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There is not that the mystical waters of the Bokosin hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? You seek this aura and this Rogadane, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. You have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisegumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. Suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? I don't want to top the roof of a building. His family was opposed to their marriage, but they swore themselves to each other all the same, and in the end eloped. When I decided to come to Kugane to visit her grave, I thought to look for these places she saw fit to paint. I hoped they would bring me closer to her, to help me imagine what sort of person she was. I heard she painted them when she was of the same age that I am now, so what the hells was she doing in an alehouse and up clambering around on rooftops? Come to feel like Kugane is a sort of home to me now. Enjoy it, wanderer, as I am. Thank you for helping me know a little more of my mother. But all for my useless servant. Tell me, were you able to track down my paper lantern? By the gods, this is the work of art, if ever I have seen one. Just as I asked, it is a perfect blend of my own delicate tastes and a faraway exoticism. Servant, what of the job I put to you? The master refers to the figurehead carving for his pleasure barge, then all is proceeding smoothly, save for just one small thing. The shipwright is a man of great pride. Here he insists the special request Master made will require a sum more gil than originally anticipated. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. Ah, an Ari shinobi and a Ragadan samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of my own. I speak of that which you know, Ijin. Be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion, after 2.5 decades of quiet. I see, and you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own. Different and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kagane is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, then tell them whatever you like. As you wish, the 2 individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I'll provide you with the names of the captains, if you like. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished. Alright? Good luck. There's a naked man just standing spread, staring at the ocean. I guess there's like underwear. Just the thought of soaking in this stuff sets my old bones to singing. Here then, I'll take the empty bottles off your hands. Yes, a rugged gentleman did approach me. Wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. Sent him away like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Hanish Spice Trader. You ask me if I've seen this Ari woman and this Rogadin samurai. Woman is unknown to me. The man is not. He was for Doma. But I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Radzat Han. It would be an unreasonable detour. Passengers, no. We no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now, we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. Woman, pah. If it is woman you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Okay. Did it? Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. Yeah. I can mount that on a wall now. That's funny. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Kyoto. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means. A regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around. She's suspicious. What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12th, a talking fish! Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Ijin. Sigh. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Gyoto, right? My name is Lise, and this is Fluffy. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. The journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. We take a moment to talk it over with our friends. Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tassogare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. Spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Authard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yugiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. So this Gyodo claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yugiri? How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempts to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part. It is not what troubles me most. Gyodo and his brethren are not renowned for the generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Gyodo claims to have met both him and Yugiri. Suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself and only called upon Yugiri once he had found a willing captain? But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine. You may be right about him, but if Kyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yukiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences, Like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Tataru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Sekisegumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? To you, Lise Fluffy, and I will meet with Kyoto as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Kyoto attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Sekisugumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Kyoto does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge. Our would-be allies, nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Fluffy. Something smells fishy.
He's late.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
As expected, the Sikisegumi have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to win our way back to the Ruby's Bazaar, evading the patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Must have been the wind. Is this guy gonna turn around or? I go this way. Oh. There's quite a few of them. With me, I will guide you to your friends. Okay. Sector 12, you made it. Feared our Kojin friend might sometime soon. Thing is going to be alright, trust me.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
Brutish.
4 foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Seki Segumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
Still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards snapping at our heels. Right then, Kyoto should be coming around soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride of my boot. No more boots. All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu, every last detail. I'll find out later that you lied to me. No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you led him into a trap, as you did us? Because you are an Imperial spy. No, I'm no spy. It's just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any domans found in Kugane. Well, my mistake, you're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You'd have a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. You would not go quietly. No, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down, and the Seki Segumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Aijin they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of the Seki Segumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. As it is in Ulda, so it is in Kugane. Given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. I'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alvino. You're free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lise, Fluffy, and I joined you. Alright, what about Gyodo? I'll keep an eye on him for the time being. You can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Sorban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order? Then let us be off. The Seki Segumi barracks are to the north. Musk asks that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? Said it wouldn't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here. Bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Fluffy? Right. Everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it wouldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen.
How about you?
Was that? That was Gosetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
Victory to the samurai!
How many Check it out now. 10 in a row. Oh, this is a surprise. What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisagumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain. Truly, what fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alphino and Tataru are waiting for us there. Thousand gil. Walls that surround the city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders. Not that it made much difference in the end. Oh, not this again. Perhaps you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news. Ah yes, it looks like we've found our next client. Nothing's been decided, but a lady named Oriel is waiting for us near the gate of Thal. Meet you there. You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last of him, but now you've got to keep him away from us. I'm not sure we're qualified to settle domestic disputes. Radovan, this sounds serious. Hear her out, would you? Very well. My apologies. Please continue. His name's Gerard. He won't leave us alone, and he keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we were to go outside the city gates, I'm sure he'd follow us, and when he does, I want you to scare him off. I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you have bodyguards, so we'll wait somewhere nearby. When the moment is right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget in a hurry. Yes, that ought to work. Tim and I will leave through this gate, so you should find a hiding place. It's time that bastard, excuse my language, learned his lesson. Remember, we've got the boy to think about. I'd rather not cut a man down in front of his own son. But I will if I have to. You follow my lead. Get away from her. What bloody hells are you? Friends of Oriel. Now walk away while you still can. I only want what's best for my boy. Your boy. You've got no right to call him that. He belongs to me. It's your final warning. Bother them again and you won't live to regret it. Haha, that'll teach him. And you are wonderful. Worth every gil. Thank you so much. It's our pleasure. Although there wasn't much for you to do, your presence lent weight to my words. And most importantly, the client was satisfied with our work. Yes, she did seem rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two, there's no time to explain. We have to follow that woman. Hell's bells. When Sophie gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her. Where the heck did that go? Try button. Why would she bring Tim all the way out here? What are we supposed to do with a runt like this? If we feed him up, he might be worth something one day. She's selling her own child? We've got to stop them. Wait, is that? Enough of this. Stay away from my son. Son, eh? Ha. Should have kept out of this, mate. Too late now. Punch, punch, punch. Quickly, we've got to help him. Not now, Fluffy. It's up to you. Yeah. You saved us. How can I ever... Daddy! Fluffy, I let you down. I let everyone down. But Sophie, what happened here? I knew from the moment I met Oriel that there was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until later I realized she's a somnus addict. Once it takes hold, it changes you. She was able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me. Probably not from her family either. Yes, I've known for a while. But I had no idea she'd do something like this. Gods, if I hadn't started gambling, this never would have happened. My debts spiraled beyond my control, and she ran to get away from me, to start a new life with our son. The shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore, so I vowed to turn my life around, and I worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed. But by the time I finally found the courage to track down Oriel, it was too late. She'd made new friends, the wrong sort of friends, and had to resort to gods only know what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear, and Somnus was her only escape. Nothing else mattered to her, not even her own child. So you see, it wasn't only my life I'd ruined. I made her who she is today. That's why I don't have it in me to hate her. What will you do now? Plan to send her to Frondale's frontistry. Yeah. They can treat people like Oriel. Although it costs more than most folks can afford, my savings should cover it for a short while at least. We'll take it one day at a time and see how she responds to the treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give up on her. Obviously, she's in no fit state to look after Tim, so he'll be living with me. Could have been killed confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there'll be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you'll have to think before you act. I will, I swear it. Thank you all for everything you've done. What a janky little quest that was. Poor child. Sophie's quick thinking may have saved him on this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded in disgracing myself again. It's not your fault, Radovan. I think you owe Fluffy an explanation, though. Yes, if we are to fight side by side, there is something you should know. Though I served as an Imperial conscript for a time, after I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade. Dang, it's a long time. Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a Magitech collar. The wardens could use them to administer a severe electric shock any time they pleased, and please them it did. Paralysis would eventually wear off, but even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up. It's as though the pain never left me and could reawaken at any moment. Thankfully, my condition appears to have improved somewhat since leaving the Empire. Perhaps one day I'll be free of it, but until then, there's no telling when it might strike. Radovan saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair that I do the same for him. I've been through thick and thin, ever since the first time we met in that Garland Gulch. I was awaiting execution along with the other captured members of the Resistance, as well as various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several Somnus addicts, even an Imperial Gull. There are ways to get your hands on it. When I saw Oriel, I couldn't put my finger on it at first. She had the same look in her eyes as those lost souls. Anyway, where was I? So Radovan had been meaning to escape ever since he was first imprisoned. He was secretly digging a tunnel, a few ilms each night, over the course of about 10 years. The only thing was, it went the wrong way. Then one night, he suddenly burst through my wall. Why did you have to tell him that? You know I'm far from proud of my miscalculation. Well, things worked out in the end, didn't they? Other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew the attention of the warden, and all hells broke loose. In the confusion, Radovan and I forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle, we managed to avoid their searchlights, and finally we were free. Free to return to my wife and child, to my homeland, or so I thought. While I had been rotting away in a Garlean cell, everything I knew, everything I loved, had been taken from me. I should have been there, but I couldn't even. Gah, enough of this. We've spoken over long as it is. Well then, where to next? I think I've had my fill of Ul'dah. What say we try our luck in Lim Salaminsa? I'm sure a change of scenery will do us a world of good. Yes, I like the sound of that. Let's reconvene at the local Adventurers Guild. And more hours. Okay, so nowhere close. Good to know, good to know. Oh, that's all the training I can do today. Okay. City founded by pirates. Now there's a terrible idea if I ever heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left. What about the views? The sea breeze? There'll be plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we've a few more gil in our pockets. Fluffy, we're still waiting for word from the guild, so perhaps you should find somewhere for a few practice swings in the meantime. 65, huh? Okay. Let's do some Dragoon quests. Harvest these things. Punching microphones. Sir Albrecht is pondering the flow of time. Oh, okay. Ah, Fluffy. Word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he had said something ere his departure. Then, I suppose it is only to be expected. With Nidhogg slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray. They are not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice it to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change, as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Justinian from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Hustion's internal strife. May Halone lend her the strength needed to shake free from the dragon blood's fierce grip. You are looking quite well, Sir Albric, and Master Fluffy. 'Tis a pleasure to see you too. Lord Montorgaines, Fluffy and I were just speaking of your daughter. That daughter of mine is in fact why I have sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that had passed through the Chocobo Forest. If his word is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hustin herself. The letter was a call for help. Master Fluffy, she bade you search for her. By the Fury, has she been set upon by heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in her message. Oh, not a day goes by that I do not pray for her safe return. Fluffy, I must ask that you take up your lance once more to aid your fellow dragoon. Are you willing? Thank you, Master Fluffy. Hustion awaits you in the Dravinian Forelands. Please help her with whatever she requests. Okay. Hanging out with some dragons. Fluffy. So the letter reached my father. I'm sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me. As you all know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. That said, the blood's hold on me is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. His help has been invaluable in learning to control the dragon within. In fact, I have a mind to introduce him to you. Ornkai, Fluffy, is arrived. It's an honor to meet you, hero of men. Much have I heard of you from my father, who would often talk of the warrior that boasts the strength of a dragon. Ornkai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the blood's effects. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words with you, were it not for his help. Called you here in order to repay my debt to him. Ornkai, tell Fluffy what troubles you. Yes, thank you. Long before I came into this world, in the age when men and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. The dragon song war tore them asunder. Father belonged to Hresvelgur's brood, as do I, but his consort was part of Nidhogg's. When Nidhogg demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Ratotasker, Father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by Father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have since put an end to the Dragonsong War. I am positive Father's consort will return if we inform her of the war's conclusion. Orn-Kai requires your aid to search for his father's consort and bring her back home. However, as she left Dravania some 1,000 summers past, locating her shall be far from an easy task. Under normal circumstances, I would help Orn-Kai myself, but while I am somewhat recovered, I am yet far from being in complete control. This is why I summoned you, Fluffy. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Orn-Kai in his search. You have my sincerest thanks, Fluffy. Thank you, Fluffy. I order you a debt of gratitude. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, whilst we know she is somewhere to the east, we are entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I would suggest you first try asking Sir Alberic about Travanian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east. Pray report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent. What an annoying fetch quest you've just given me. I have to go back to a place that's not at a teleport. Just to come back to you, which is also not at a teleport, to tell you where I'm going in the east. Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hastian? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are often made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation priest. I have known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. Although, to think that a dragoon, once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons, should now wish to help one, 'tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matter not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your query with him. Pray return anon, and I shall impart my findings unto you. Ah, Fluffy, just the man I wished to see. We finished examining the Dravanian legends known to us but a short while ago. However, the priest bade me make it clear to you that these kinds of legends are oft told in increasingly colorful ways as the years go on. Quite common it is for a mere scalekin or puck to, with the keeper's help, transform into a fearsome dragon. I suppose it should come as little surprise. Legends gain fame by capturing the imagination of the masses. It would not do for an unadorned winged lizard to be the protagonist. But let us put the issue of authenticity to one side for a moment. I have summarized the first tale, which seemed most relevant on this piece of parchment. Pray put it to use in your search. Oh, and lastly, tell Hastian that she is ever in my thoughts. And back we go. Would that parchment happen to be for mine eyes? Not particularly, but sure. Ah yes, I would never forget Sir Alberic's exquisite handwriting. This information shall be of great use, I am sure. Let us see. It seems he thinks we ought to commence our search with the slumbering worm of Garabania. This is my first time seeing these patterns that men use. Fascinating indeed that you can share information in such a manner. Jovanian history is chronicled not with letters, but through song. These verses have taught me much about Fonhim, my father's consort. Fonhim, you say? Well, knowing her name can only aid the search. Fluffy, pray accompany Ornkai to the ruins of the Fist of Raugur, temple in the fringes. Sir Albrecht states that this is where the origins of the slumbering worm lie. The journey ahead is long, and it will benefit us not to delay our departure any longer. Whistle for me when you have reached our destination, and I shall come to your side. Seeing man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I had been expecting something similar to those found in the churning mists. Let us venture inside and see if Fonhim cannot be found. Fluffy. Your help, if you please. Hello, big statue man. I had been admiring the craftsmanship of man when it suddenly moved towards me, though I struggled to believe this is what the legends refer to as the slumbering worm. Researching the slumbering worm, are we? It is always nice to see others take up an interest in history, even if it is entirely shallow. Wait, you know the slumbering worm? We have journeyed here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon. Ahaha, you Dravenians could do with studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm has long since passed. The High Priest Haymart, also known as the Slumbering Worm, departed this world over 300 years ago. Slumbering Worm was a mere man? But of course, why would you think otherwise? Haymart was a monk renowned for his mastery of meditation, though, when necessary, he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the Slumbering Worm alias after Babel, 100 men Babel, however Babel fell asleep Bowel. Well, it seems we must begin our search anew. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let us pay a visit to Sir Albert instead. Anyone Hostian holds in such high regard can surely aid our hunt. He's still going while we're just... Weird. Okay. Back down. Good day, Fluffy. A friend here has informed me as to the truth behind the legend. My apologies for not looking deeper into the story before bringing it to your attention. The next destination lies in the far east. Tell me, Fluffy, have you set foot in the region before? A port city called Gugane. Sounds positively fascinating. I imagine 'twould be a fine place to begin looking into this next legend. Regrettably, I should not think Orn Kai will be able to accompany you on this journey. But how do you expect to find Funim without a dragon in tow? Your plight is well understood, Ornkai. It is truly a shame your wings do not match your ambition. Though, mayhap I have not fully considered all options available to us. We do owe you a great debt for all you have done for Hostine. Allow me some time, and I shall see to it you are able to follow Fluffy to the far east. You have my thanks, Sir Albrecht. Oh, I wish I could set off this very moment. Perhaps a spot of hunting would be enough to calm me down. Pray call me when preparations are complete. At the very least, we now know that Hostian will not have wanted for company since leaving Ishgard. Sadly, I may struggle to secure passage to the east in quite as timely a manner as he would like. Pray keep your lance arm honed. There is no knowing just what you shall face in Othard. Othard? Oh, that's the continent or whatever. Okay, I have to do a quest before I'm allowed to do that. Fine. Greetings, honored sir. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Setsu, thank the 12, you are unharmed. As you can see, Master Alphino, I am the very picture of health. You vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the Kamiya are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return to you your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago, the better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne, and our master. His was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Zenos led his army unto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war, and then, one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new viceroy, Yotsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Uthard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yangxia, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri. Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Tataru and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak, come now, brother. A competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them, as you of all people should know. And you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. But we all must serve, each in our own way. Very well. It would seem my place is here. Soroban is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. So many quests happened since I left. Escaped red panda cubs. Let the hunt begin. Squeal, whimper, squeak. Indeed. Alright, that's a fit body you have there. Forgive me, I did not mean to be lewd. I only wished to commission a task of someone, and I meant to say, you look more than ill. The people of this city call me a peddler of peculiars. I am a man who knows how to procure things, no matter how odd or rare. I was just delivering a collection of water from the Bokai-Sen hot springs to a guard at the Garlean consulate when I threw my back out and spilt the water. My trade is based on my client's trust in me, so I can hardly abide this order to go unmet. Please, would you fetch some more water from the hot springs of Bokai-Sen? There's a flight of stairs to the west of the Rakuza district. Top is where you'll find the Bokai-Sen hot spring, blah blah blah. Great. Do it quickly. Squeal, whimper, squeak. Classic. Yamabuki. The water safe to the constant guard. Well done. Trust you no doubt found him a less than welcoming sentry. As you may know, acts of bloodshed are forbidden here in Kugane. Our violent visitors from Garlemald are denied their typical violent outlets. They simply cannot suffer to be further emasculated by bathing in the nude together with the enemy. We are told to ask no questions, yes? They are loath to have anyone know that embarrassing little truth. So let us pretend you never heard it, shall we? Thank you for your aid, my friend, and your silence. I've been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? If you insist. With me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
The hell is that thing?
A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
That's a ridiculous tower. How wide and beautiful she is. The Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures. Many wonderful treasures. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life, should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the ruby tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the pirate lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the isle to the west. Doesn't look very far to me, Fluffy. Why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I'll use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the isle. She's making me swim. Right, this should be easy, and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 Gil says I beat you there. Oh, that's kind of fun. Sprinting is a different animation of swim. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. Here you have the advantage of me. Most honorable and esteemed Fluffy McGee Orkson, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume you have business to discuss. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your bill, perhaps? Is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Othard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely, unless you tripled it. You take me for a fool. I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. Tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well. Be there shortly. Proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban. So I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. Not sure what to make of that man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled, for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. That is one glowy crab.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat, and the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds!
She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put to sea at once.
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
What are we waiting for? Come, come. Soroban cannot have gone far. Though, now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless, it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. Oh, my friends. 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand? Kami be praised. Too often are Shell less quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right then. Now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me, Fluffy. Would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less like we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. Ah, you're one of the Ijin from the beach. Leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. Just casually collecting some liquid hot magma. Then let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Isari. Wait, Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. Here we are. I'm reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. With this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soraban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Oh, you're much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best, and hope that we shall meet again. So we finally arrived in Othard. All we need to do now is, liberate Doma. Ah yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor. The element of surprise. Unlike in Gurabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doman Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit, but before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about. You're looking at a rock. May well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very Doma. What I wouldn't do for a drink. Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should. A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane, but we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Oh, very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
We can't.
Stop and think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead. We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels, to say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself. As a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive, they will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugani.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lys, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
I did as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gosetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes. For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. Is that thing? Seem to have evaded their patrol so far. What is that tower anyways? I've never seen anything like it. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High, a mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Oh gods, listen to me, I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Over there, do you see it? Looking at the weird-ass tusk thing? Don't look, it's been dead long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. Can't see a single stray arrow. Well, someone's hungry. Wait, that wasn't either of you two, was it? Calm down. You had nothing to do with... Wait, what am I doing? I can't possibly understand this. Probably not, no. Time to run, these. We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Fluffy. Just imagine if they'd taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. What the hell? Daimyo. I think that's Emperor's name. Oh, there's a settlement here. They've even got their own aetheryte. Wait a minute. Seen that standard before. And we met with Tensui, which means this place belongs to... Oh. It would seem we have found a Confederate settlement, mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Gosetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor, the selfsame Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're unlikely to ask us for the tithe. But when brings you hither, of all places? Were you not bound for Othard's shores? I see. I trust you have not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject. No? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I'll take you to the captain, Rasho. Just like that, an audience with their leader. How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people, and this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll. Hello, Rasho. Greetings. You must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Gods, I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that. You have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Kosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Asari? Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. If you would excuse us. Hey, Fluffy McGee. I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Kosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. 'Tis little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. This ship there looking at fish. Taking an interest in the ship. Good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. The Feathersea favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? Number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly. They display no signs of recent use or maintenance. Had a good look around, then we just need to wait for release. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yotsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. I agree. It's obvious that they are struggling to survive, and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down, they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Wouldn't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro. You two take the east. Good luck. I have learned how to bow easternly. Alright. I'm gonna call it there. There's an Aether right here. I will see you anon, as they are wont to say.